Well, good morning, Delmar. Looks like I got you in here with me today. It's actually evening here in North Carolina. We'll give everybody a little bit of time to maybe come on in here. Basically, where I left off the last stream was the cable chains. I realized later on that I actually had the wrong ones. This bigger chain that was on the back, it was I'd messed up and ordered the wrong thing. I'd ordered there was two different selections in there. One was for the boron 2.4. Oh, you're in Florida. Afternoon. All right. Well, ain't quite afternoon. It's getting there. But yeah, I'd ordered the wrong cable chains. I ordered them for the 2.4. But Chris from KB3D actually reached out to me, and he offered to send the correct cable chain that I needed for the back of the printer, which was amazing, and I really appreciate it. So KB3D's definitely got a customer for life now. But yeah, but we got the correct cable chains in here now, and not only that, we've got the correct heater mat. Hey, HVAC A to Z, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. So today the plan is to get my build plate ready, which I've already went ahead and stuck the heater mat on here. I mean, it's nothing real exciting. I did it pretty much the same way I did the magnetic strip, or whatever you want to call that, the magnet for the build plate. Done it pretty much about the same way. Got it as centered as I could. It is a little off. It messes with my OCD a little bit. But as you can see, hey, David Vera, welcome to the stream, buddy. All right. Looks like we got a few people in here already. Outstanding. So what do you guys think of the Robo Duck here? I took his head off and stuck him on my little helping hands. So basically what I gotta do, we'll put him back here. Let's see. He wants to be the star of the show there. There we go. But anyway, need to get my my thermal fuse attached. We need to get our ground attached to the build plate, and I'm thinking about just soldering these wires together and just doing them with a heat shrink really good. And I want to do it a little extra thick. Giving me Sid from Toy Story vibes. Yeah, he's cool. I seen that the other day, and this thing right here just looked like a robot to me, and I was like, well, wait a minute, I got an extra one of them ducks in here. I'm gonna stick him on there. He's gonna be the little 3D printer mascot, I guess. 3D printer build mascot. Do I have Wagos? Yes, sir, I do. And I've already placed the Wagos that it calls for on the frame. I'm gonna finish getting this bed prepped, and it's probably what so I'll probably just attach one of these wires like so, run this one into the Wago, and then take maybe the rest of the wire that's left over and use it to run it down to the electronics bay in the printer. That's kind of what I'm thinking. There really isn't a whole lot out there saying, you know, what the best way. I've been kind of searching for it. You know, would you want to use like a wire connector, you know, like crimp it, or just solder it? You know, really there isn't anything out there talking about the way to go with that. So I feel pretty good about the solder joint right here, because it's pretty much just going to be, it's going to be fixed. I would like to have something like some Kapton tape, maybe just to kind of hold it down flat on this build plate. That might be something I do later on, but that's kind of what I was thinking as far as that goes. And then this is just plug into the Wago. Yes, sir. All right, so let me just grab my little manual right here that I've been using. I changed the view on my little screen right here in the corner because there wasn't really a whole lot going on the bottom left corner of the screen, so I figured I'd just move myself on over. That way you guys would probably get a better view of what's happening. So how's everybody's Saturday going today? Let's see. I'm gonna grab me another piece of heat shrink, because I'm gonna double that up. I want that heat shrink to be extra thick. See if this will slip over the end of this wire here. Oh yeah, that'll fit just fine. All right, so I'm gonna hang on to these little cable ties. Got a feeling I might need these here in a little bit. We ain't far from having us a fully built 3D printer, guys. And that's what's freaking cool to me. I'm ready to get it started. But yeah, basically where I'm at in the print bed is going to get my thermal fuse attached here. And it says I need a M3x8 socket head screw. Yes, sir. Really excited about getting this thing put together. Hopefully we'll start seeing some see it pushing plastic really soon. I don't know if I'll be able to make it today, make it happen. I highly doubt it. Still a lot to do. So much that goes into building these things. Just blows my mind. Snug that up really good. Yeah, that ain't going nowhere. And what I did off camera too last night, I went ahead and all those wires that I had going everywhere from the that was leading up to the tool head, I went ahead and crimped all those, put them in the 14-pin connector. I'll talk about it a little bit, and labeled them and whatnot. That way I could kind of just go ahead and have that out of the way, because that's an awful lot of crimping. I did get the hang of it really well, that's for sure. So I'm thinking that I probably just want to be able to bend this up and maybe put my little connection right here don't know. I don't know if that's going to be enough wire to get me to the Wago. So that could be an issue. So maybe I want to get the printer up here and just kind of look at it and see where that thing's going to sit in space before I do any cutting. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Stream holding up all right today. Looks like it's doing pretty good. Wiring's a big deal with this thing, that's for sure. Alright, let's get it picked up a little bit so you guys can see what I'm doing here. Pick up the camera some. Delmar Franks, take the T-frame off of the printer, 3 bolts. You think I ought to take the T-frame off? Think that would make it easier? I have to drop this down to even get it up here. All I'm wanting to do is just see if I'm going to have enough wire to make it to where it needs to go before I go to hacking on wires. Let's see. Alright, so the thermal fuse is on the side where the Wagos are going, which is cool. So that might be my bit of fit. I'm basically just going to set it in here and just have a look. Have a look and see how that thing's going to sit in space on here. And it look, oh yeah. Yeah, I'll be able to have plenty of wire to get where it needs to go. Awesome. Good deal. See, I don't know too much about all that. First time seeing it come together. Mount the bed to the T-frame on the printer and then take it off for easier wiring. Bed to Wagos. I got you. Okay. So you think that'll make it a lot easier? It does sound like it would. Yeah, because that makes sense, Delmar, because I'll have this this thing right here kind of all in my way, which I still think I could get to it pretty easy. So while I got these up here, I'll kind of show you what I did to the tool head. Pretty much just got in here and ran all my wires and everything into the 14-pin connector. And I double checked how I done this. I labeled all my wire ends with labels. Kind of soldered the ends, the tips of the wiring right here, just so I could, that way I wouldn't have wires frayed and sticking out everywhere. As I held the multimeter onto that, put it in continuity mode, found the wire end, crimped them one at a time, and plugged them into the correct place that they needed to go on the 14-pin connector for the PCB tool head. I pretty much followed the KB3D wiki for what's what on the on this Part K Stealth Burner tool head PCB. It's put out by Lineo. I made sure that I checked and rechecked and double checked, and made sure I had everything was where it's supposed to go. So basically we have our LEDs wired. I have my tap signal wire coming out. I double checked it too to make sure, you know, that thing was getting a signal. Hey, good morning, Nick. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Glad to have you in here. Looking good so far. Yeah. It's pretty much just about a built printer. I like Delmar's idea, and I think I'm going to follow that. I'm going to mount it to the bed, and I think that's a great idea, Delmar. Great idea. Mount it to the bed, and then probably take the T-frame off, and go ahead and solder everything up. That makes perfect sense to me. Yes, sir. Alright, so let me look and see where I'm at on my instructions here. I need to see what it takes to mount it to. I think they're M3 by 16 screws that get it mounted to the thumb screws. It actually mounts it to the build plate, or the build plate to the frame. Yeah. Yep, so I need the M4 thumb bolts, the M3 by 16 socket head screws. Alright. Good deal. Let's find the thumb bolts. So with the West 3D printing hardware, they actually sent me 5. Yeah, it was a great idea, Delmar. I think it's probably gonna make my life a whole lot easier. I like it. Basically, I'm just going to lay this thing in here, I guess, and try to figure out how to get these T-nuts lined up correctly. Let's get my little pick tool. Oh, the lazy Susan. There's one hole. Just getting a rough guesstimate. I ain't seen anything in the way of measurement wise as to the distance that these things should be placed and whatnot. Just kind of trying to get a general idea of where it's going to sit. Looks like to me the printer bed almost is going to butt all the way up to the back 3D printed part there. Might be just a little shy of it. Not much. Not much at all. Yeah, so it's pretty cool of KB3D to send me the right cable chain for the back. This one actually is the same size as all the cable chains for the gantry. that big one just wasn't going to work too well. It was going to create binding issues and all that stuff. So I actually have a correct one now. This community is awesome, guys. I love it. I am loving it. Amazing community. Amazing bunch of people. Let's see. Looks like that ain't gonna be long enough. It might. It don't look like it's gonna be long enough to me. Make sure I grab the right ones. M3x16. M3x16. That's what it calls for, but I swear these don't look like they're gonna be long enough. So imagine that this is the tricky part of getting all this stuff lined up right here. A little fidgety. David Vera, I saw that the thicker chain is used for the Z on the 2.4 while the Trident is all the same size chain. Yeah, and I didn't even realize that. So when I went to West 3D Printing, you know, you pretty much, like a lot of these sites, they say, you know, you'll select Trident or Voron 2.4 or whatnot. So I just selected, you know, the Trident as far as like all the stuff in the Trident. And I didn't realize that it had a tick box on their site where you can select the 2.4 or the Trident whenever you're ordering your chains, and I had the wrong thing selected, so that was all the way my fault. It wasn't anything on West 3D Printing, but and again, you know, Chris from KB3D, he reached out because he thought that I'd ordered the chains from him and it was a mistake on his part, or not his part, but maybe his company's part. But it really, you know, I told him flat out, I was like, no, I'd ordered the chains from West 3D Printing. He was like, well, we want you to have the correct chains, so he sent them out to me, and that was pretty amazing. So I can already tell that this 16 isn't long enough. It's not making it to the T-nut at all. So that's going to be a bit of a problem. Demo, I might be able to get on up in there and get this thing. I just have enough room for it to do all that without removing it. Giuseppe Noto, hey, welcome to the stream, buddy. Glad to have you in here. What is up, man? What is up? We just in here trying to get this thing built and put together. Hopefully we're pushing plastic really soon. So I need to get these 16s out. Right there, they're not making it. Maybe I'll try an 18. Do I have any 18s? I do. So I didn't have any 18s that came with the kit, the hardware kit from West 3D Printing, but I do actually have some M3x18s on hand here. So let's see if these make it to it. Just a personal choice. Yeah, easy to miss. Awesome for KB3D to do that. Yeah, it was. That, like I said, they got a customer now for life. I'll probably, most of my 3D printer needs, I'll be after that. So let's see. These 18s are just a couple millimeters longer. Let's see if they make it. And I can see that I'm lined up with the T-nut down there, so as long as it doesn't stick up above the build plate. Getting this thing started is going to be the fun part. I don't even think that one's reaching, fellas. No, that one should be. It's bottoming out. I'm doing it again with the hex wrenches here. Got the wrong size. Spinning for days. There we go. Alright, that one bit. Yeah, that's what it needed. The 16s are just too short. Needs an 18. I'm gonna be able to get that one out. Come on out of here, you. You don't want to come out. Of course it don't. Of course you don't want to come out of there. There we go. So another typo, fellas. Or tolerances are different and something, who knows. But for mine, I had to veer away from the manual for the M3 16s and put 18s in here. Which is really interesting. So let's see if I can get this one to finally bite. Oh yeah, there we go. Alright, so the build plate is mounted. Snug it down really good. Yeah, it's starting to look like a printer, guys. Yes, sir. So the M316s ain't gonna do it. Didn't make it. That's fine. That all depends on the thickness of your build plate, probably. Maybe yours is thicker. Yeah, mine might be just a little bit thicker. I mean, I can't remember exactly what it was, David. I ordered the build plate through West 3D Printing. They sourced it through a different company to have it machined. I could clearly tell it came from a machine shop. Yeah. Okay, so the build plate is mounted. Let me just we'll flip this thing upside down. Just have a look and see if I can get everything that I need to get to. I may be able to do what I need to do without even taking it off the printer. So let's flip her around. put it on its head for a minute. Let's see, let me adjust the angle here a little bit. And we'll spin it on around a little bit as well. Let's get all this stuff right here out of the way. Put it up here where it's supposed to go. It's got a home up here eventually. Looks like a nice thick boy. Yeah, it's a thick one. Yeah, it sure is. So I don't know if any of you guys know or not, but these Wagos, David, you seem to like them pretty good, so maybe you can fill me in on them a little bit. Could I put just strip the wire and stick them directly in there, stick the wire in there, or maybe put like a Dean's connector on that, on the end, because I do have Dean connectors. I have a crimping set in here to put Deans on it. Would they work with the Wagos? Or would it be best just to use just stick the wire in there, stranded? Looks like there's room. Yeah, looks like there's room inside of there for maybe a Dean connector to slip on in there. It's meant for bare wire? Okay. Yeah, ferrules. You can use ferrules. It's meant for bare wire. Ferrules are actually not recommended. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I hadn't seen anybody talking about it. Yeah, that's what I meant, ferrule connectors. So I believe I'll let this one come out this way. That's going to go to the controller, and we'll put this one in a Wago. And let's see. These wires right here, they're going to come out. We'll let these come on around out here to the controller board as well, because these don't even connect to anything. Let's see, do I want to bring them around that way? Just trying to figure out how to get all this stuff laid in here real nice and neat. This is what I like so much about the Boron. Everything is just kind of really nice and neat and tidy for you. So that's going to come out. That's going to go with the wiring going down to coming through all this fun stuff. And I believe I got enough wire with the build plate. It's going to make it to my controller board. Now I just need to connect up one of these right here to my thermal fuse, and put my thermal fuse into one of these Wago connectors. For your thermistor, red wires, put in the micro fit. Then you can remove the bed anytime. Yeah, and I actually have, and I was noticing, yeah, I'm probably going to do that, Delmar, absolutely, because with this wiring kit, it came with a bunch of different connectors, micro fit connectors. Let's see, where's the thing at? It's right here. Yeah. Yep. I think that would be great. That is an outstanding idea. Yeah, got a whole bunch of them. Yeah. Just where I want to put it in, because you zip tie the stuff in right there. Yeah, it's a great idea. I like it. So, just looking back here for a second. Need to get a ring terminal made up too, and put it on. Get the wire run out for it. I have some wire right here with me for my earth and ground. Let's see, where's my X-Acto blade? Just had it, or right here it is. And I actually have some ring connectors there. KB3D is a great source to get microfits. You can get individual sizes from them too, which you like. Absolutely. So far, like when I go to KB3D's site, I mean they've pretty much had about everything that I've been looking for or needing to get this thing going. Like I said in the beginning, I wasn't sure which company to trust or to order from, so I seen two, and that was West 3D Printing, KB3D. A lot of people spoke highly of both, so I just I was like, well, I'll order from both of them, see which one gets here the fastest. Alright, so there's what I want right here. And we're going to go ahead and get us a connector fixed up here for this. Sounded like it cut some wires. I was just kind of looking to see if any strands were in here. I guess it's fine. Looks great. If you look at the side of the Wagos, you'll see a section that says 11 with arrows between it. That is a measuring guide of 11 millimeters, which is the length of strip when using Wagos. On the side. Shoot, David, I can barely see anything. Let me look at the ones that came in the kit right here. I got some loose ones left in this wiring kit. Might have to get my magnifying glass out. My eyes are bad. Yeah, they like all these kits and stuff that I bought. It comes to like the hardware kit for the tap, the hardware kit for, or the do-it-yourself wiring kit. It looks like they give me way more than what I need. Alright, I see two little... Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's how much wire you need to strip. 11 between the arrows. That is the measuring guide of 11 millimeters, which is the length of the strip when using Wagos. Okay. Cool. I like it. So that's how much it wants me to strip there. 11 millimeters. Very nice. Man, I love having you guys in here with me to help me along with this. Makes life so much easier. Because that is something I didn't know. And I haven't heard anybody else talk about that either. Or maybe it's just something that I overlooked and missed, because when I get in these live streams, I like to, on other people's live streams, I like to chat with everybody. So unlike when crimping, you want to strip long for Wagos. Gotcha. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and get this thing smashed on here. Yeah, that's good and tight. It ain't coming off. Now we got us a ground. We don't really need all that because we're coming around to the Wago for that one. I think this one gets an M3x6 button head screw. So I can spin you around here. We got wires coming out of everything now, fellas. There's what I'm after. This little spot right here. That's where we're gonna ground to the build plate. You had Steve Build's Trident build series going while building yours. Yeah. Hey, it's Steve Builds. I love watching his live streams. They're I watched his whole Trident build series where he built the LDO Trident and DeWitt 3D Canada's. I watched all theirs as well, all his as well. All right, I'm hooked up on something here. All right, we're gonna bring this on around this way. And I just wanna, let's see, yeah, that'd be fine, just like that. I swear I can't keep the right size hex key in my hand. I always either got too big or too small. His members only stream starts at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Is that Steve Builds you're talking about, Delmar? He has a members only stream going on today. Is that something you got? Is that like a paid membership or something? I know he does, most of the time he does a live stream on Sundays. Love catching those. Alright, so now we got us a ground. Cool. $1.99 monthly. Well, that's not too much to ask, especially for the wealth of knowledge that you get from him. You know, I've learned so much just from what he offers to everyone for free on YouTube. So that's pretty good. And a lot of people don't realize it. They think, you know, just getting up here and doing live streaming and stuff like that, it's easy. It's not the easiest thing in the world. And not only that, you put a lot of money into your camera gear and computer systems and all that stuff like that. So I would say it's not too much to ask. But that's just my opinion. So it shows the ground, I guess, going to the furthest end terminal here. And then we're going to hook up one of these wires from the bed right there. And then we're going to hook up, I guess we can go from our thermal fuse to right here, whichever one we connect. Let's see. I just need to get this thermal fuse in line. That's all I need to do with one of these. Yeah. That could get confusing if you ain't careful. Real quick. Definitely don't want to mess this thing up right here because this is going straight to the mains. Straight to it. And I'm just going to leave myself enough to make sure I can get that 11 millimeters of wire strip. I'd say that's going to be plenty right there. I'll cut that off and strip 11 millimeters. Hey, welcome to the stream, Golden Jaguar. Alright, leave that for later. Let's see what I do with my strippers here. Tight little area to work in. I see why people, you know, they say you take the build plate out. Oh yeah, let's see. Got us a nice little measuring guide right here on the side of our Wago connector. 11 millimeters. It's telling me to strip 11 millimeters of wire. It's about that much. That's more than I would have probably went after on my own without knowing that. And we're just going to give it a good little twist. And we're going to stick this into our Wago. It shows it going in this other one back here. And I don't want to catch any frayed wire in. I want to make sure there ain't nothing frayed. Give it a really good twist. And all the way to the back. Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice. So there's that. Now, I need to get my thermal fuse in line here. And I think I'm probably just going to cut this build plate wire right here, strip it a little bit, put some heat shrink on it, and strip that off right there. Yeah, I can get it here and work no problem. Then I'll be able to just run this wire and go ahead and probably run that one on in. And this one, it shows going into right here. Let's see if we got 11 millimeters right here after I strip this off. Might need to take a little bit more with it. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to have to strip a little bit more than that. That is a neat idea, David. I'm glad you came in here today with me. Go ahead and put that in. And this shows it going into this one. And that's holding that really secure. Very nice. Very nice. John Pollock, welcome to the stream, buddy. So simple. You love Wagos. Happy Saturday, John. Yes, sir. It's a very happy Saturday, especially when we can get in here and take her around with 3D printing stuff. Very, very happy. So, let's see. Probably go ahead, cut one of these right here to length. Heater bed. Put that in and get it stripped. I like that right there. That looks like a good length. Yeah, we'll go ahead and cut this one short right here. We just cutting wires left and right without a care in the world. Let's try these clippers right here. Let's see. Let me get my Wago back. My little measuring tool. Using my Wago as a measuring guide. Just making sure I get 11 millimeters. Very nice. this up really, really good. And we're going to slip this one right into this furthest one right, or the middle one. Look at that. Alright fellas, so this is what I got so far. Got my ground in right here. My camera's trying to focus in on that one wire. So I got my ground right here. Got one of my bed heater wires right there. And I actually have my fuse wire going right there. Now I need to get this one wired in with my fuse, thermal fuse. And like I said, tossed around the idea of buttoning it together with a wire connector, I guess you could say. But I think I'm just going to strip a little bit of wire, solder it together, use some heat shrink tubing, and that'll look really nice and neat. That's what I'm going to do. Let's see, we'll cut this off. Yep. You're keeping in line, aren't you? Yeah, Jenny will keep them in line. Yes, she will. Let's strip this off here. This right here is probably the part where what Delmar Franks was suggesting would probably make it easier on me. I have it outside the printer. I'm trying to get these two connectors right here because I'm wanting to solder them together. That's what I'm looking to do. Solder them two connections right there together. But first, I need to put my heat shrink tubing on it. What did I do with that stuff? What did I do with it? A crimp connector would be a whole lot easier, that's for sure. And I'm going to double it up. Definitely going to double my heat shrink tubing up on that. Just want a little extra there, just in case. You never know. Piece there. Let's see, I want this next piece to be about the same size. Smaller piece of heat shrink on the smaller wire, shrink it first, and then we'll slide the bigger piece over the top. So now I need my robo duck helping hands here. He's gonna hold this stuff together for me. I don't know if any of you guys got to see him in the beginning of the stream, but what do you think of this guy? Yeah, that's old robo duck. He's the mascot. He likes to help. He loves helping me. It's always a big help. He's gonna get in here and dig in. might not be able to reach right here. Might have to put him, reposition him somewhere. He just ain't got, his arms ain't long enough. He can't make it. He just can't make it. Robo Duck is the best. His arms ain't long enough. He ain't got the gadget arms. Let's see. How am I gonna get this fella in here? I don't think he'll bend down that far. He might. Might bend down that far. No, he ain't gonna make it. So Delmar's idea of taking this build plate out of here might be where it's at. Might have to do that. Either that or let me just take this I'll take this loose right here. Put it back. How about that? That'll work. That'll work. Let's go on and get this thing loosened up here. Now I can move it around in space. Make this work for me. Not the other way around. There we go. Now you can get a hold of it. So, have people in the past say soldering two wires together like this isn't very good, but I've done a video demonstrating taking two wires and just buttoning them together. It's in one of my build videos, but just buttoning them together like that, and putting solder right there, and you can take two pairs of pliers and try to grab, if you get a good solder connection, you try to grab both of them wires with two pairs of pliers and yank them apart. You're going to strip the wire and break the wire before you will the solder connection. And I learned this from watching a YouTuber that was showing how to solder and stuff. So as long as you get a good solder joint, you'll get a good connection right there and it won't come apart. And this isn't going to move around a whole lot in space, so I don't see it being a major issue. So we're going to solder that together. If anybody has any differing of opinion what would be better here, speak now or forever hold your peace. Because I'm not 100% sure what would be the best for it, but that seems like it's going to make a good enough connection to me. Solder here. I'm just going to spin him around here where I can get to it a little bit more comfortable. Probably wouldn't hurt to put a little bit of flux on this too. I got a little flux pen in here. It always helps the solder flow a lot better. And I also keep flux paste close by too as well. I do a lot of soldering. Just a little bit goes a long way. Old Robo Duck, he's getting into it. Making sure I'm gonna hold her still for me. It's a pretty big wire, so I'm gonna run the temp on up. What would probably be a good idea is for me to go ahead and tin these tips before I even do this. See, I was about to miss a step. Go on and tin these wire tips right here before I even attempt this. It's going to be the best thing to do. And hear that solder cooking that I put on there? Yeah, just tin them tips really well. There we go. Now we're ready to work. Now we're ready to work. Clean tip. A little bit of solder going on here. Get blowing good and boom. Just like that. I think we got us a nice tight connection. I'll spin him on around here. Let y'all take a look at that. I don't know if the camera's going to zoom in on it. That connection right there. It's not going nowhere. It's gonna hold. So there we go. Got that done. Robo Duck, he couldn't be happier. He got the help. He's bowing for you. All right, so. Get my heat shrink on here. Yeah, that looks like a good connection. I'm happy with that. That's not going nowhere. Not going nowhere. Because that ain't really even going to be moving. So now I just need to shrink it on up. Get my trusty old heat shrink tool out here. I don't want to get too crazy with the heat. We're going to put the second piece on here just for a good measure. Well, we got it doubled up. Looks good. Awesome. I'm glad you like it, David. I think it looks fine. I think it's going to work just fine. Kids, don't do this at home. But I always say most of my videos aren't recommended for kids anyway. And there we go. There we go. Very nice. Good connection. Good connection. That ain't going nowhere, fellas. I trust that. I trust it. I think I'm definitely going to use Delmar's suggestion of going and put me some connectors on this. That way if I need to take the build plate off, I can. It's not a bad idea. I do like that idea tremendously. So let's just go and pull these wires on out here. Yep. Let's get this thing put back. Old hands just ain't wanting to hold on to stuff like they used to. Tighten this little thermal fuse down really good. So one thing that was really disappointing was, of course, having the incorrect build plate. But there we go. So everything, as far as the bed, is connected and routed. I think that's going to be fine. I would like, I don't know, maybe have some Kapton tape or something, just kind of hold that down. Or maybe it don't need to be touching the build plate. So that's fine. I like it. Too much stripping for kids. I'm telling you. Way too much. Let's see. We got to get us a thermistor connection going on here. And let's see. I'm going to wind up running the wire. So I think I'm going to put my little connector maybe somewhere right here. I think that'll be fine. So let me find my, I just had them in my hand too. Let me find some connectors. So there's that. One. I should have like some pin ends, right? For those type of connectors. Or, huh. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Oh, wait a minute, I think they put the pins in here. Hey, good afternoon there, the first layer. Yeah, I think I got the pins and the male ends and the female ends of the connectors in here in the same bag together. No? Huh. Oh yeah. Yep. Okay, I got the right stuff. Shawdell, welcome to the stream. Glad to have y'all in here with me. We're just moving right along with the build. Yeah. Yep, I got everything I need. Awesome. So Delmar had a great suggestion, and I think I'm gonna go with it. That way I can connect and disconnect my thermal fuse here. As long as I got everything I need here. There we go. That's what I'm after right there. Yep. So I got me a 2-pin connector. Molex connector. Yep, that'll work. That'll work. And just trying to fish out everything. We're going to do some crimping. I did do a lot of it last night off stream. Let's see, I'll need 2 of these male pins right here and 2 female in Ever lovely Jenny's poor boy's wife. Yes, sir. Very lovely. Very, very lovely. So there we go. Get what I need here. We just relaxing on a Saturday, building us a 3D printer. A relaxing Saturday 3D printer build. And I'm just gonna cut this somewhere right there. Save these because I'm gonna need them here in a second. And we're gonna get this stripped and crimped. Stripping and crimping. But I'm definitely gonna need my eyeballs. That was one of the biggest problems I had in the very beginning trying to do this stuff, is I couldn't see what in the devil I was doing. But these right here make all the difference in the world for me. I'm so happy the poor boy's wife, Jenny, bought these for me for Christmas. It's an outstanding Christmas gift. Yep. Alright, let's see. Wire strippers here, and this is 24 gauge wire. This will strip about 1/8 of an inch. And I'm gonna start out with the male end connectors here. First layer, I hope you're feeling better, buddy. I know you canceled your stream the other night because you had a headache. Hope you're feeling much better. Alright, see, I'm over here trying to use my eyes and they ain't gonna work for me. Got to have these. Got to have these eyeballs right here. Something I noticed about these Molex connectors is I do have there's 3 different little places to be able to crimp on these. As I was messing with them last night, and I started noticing it one day whenever I was messing around with them some, not having a clue as to what I was doing. Alright, might have jumped the gun on. There we go. That wasn't worth a crap. Let's try that again. Shouldn't have tried to close off the sealed end before I tried crimping it. Kind of messed me up. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. And there we go. got us a connection. There's one. Let me get a new crimp here. I'd like to get me some of them crimpers that you were talking about, David Vera, that actually does both of them at the same time. I think that would probably be the way to go. These right here kind of make it a little tough. You got to do them separately, individually. But they'll get you by. I do see that. Alright, I need to strip some wire here. We stripping again. Stripping on live stream, fellas. Right here on YouTube. Yeah. You guys that have bad eyesight, this right here's the ticket. Sure is. It is the ticket. iWiz 3220, definitely worth it. Yeah, I think I'd like those, David. I think they would be a whole lot better. I mean, these right here, like I said, they don't seem too bad. They definitely get me by and doing what I need to do. But I think I'd be much happier if it was just hitting them both at the same time. That's for sure. Yep. Alright, now why am I struggling all of a sudden? I just figured it out pretty good last night. There we go. Yeah, trying to catch that back one, make it go like it's supposed to. That's the part that gets me. More quick little pinch right here. Alright, there we go. We got that one. And there we go, fellas. We just made us a nice little end there. That's good. That'll work. Stephen Reimer, welcome to the stream, buddy. You have them too. They're great. Yeah, I need it less than $30 on Amazon. Wow. Yeah, I need to try those out. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so now let's just make some ends for this connector right here. That shouldn't be too hard, because I actually have the wires outside the printer right here. And yeah, I'm not going to trust them ends right there. They kind of boogered up, so we're going to cut and crimp some new ends here. Strip them off here. Stripping again. You guys are seeing me stripping on the live stream. Live stream stripper. So, I don't know about where you guys are at right now. I know Delmar, he's down in Florida, so it's probably pretty warm down that way. But Yesterday, we were up in the upper 80s. Today, spring is in full force right now. Trees are turning green. Yeah, buddy. Spring has sprung here in North Carolina. There's just a good connection there. We got one. Imagine these things only go in one way, huh? Yeah, she snapped in there. It looks like it's dead center. Oh, okay, I see now. Yeah. Alright, that's good. It's holding really good. Give me a good little tug. Let's make another. I like it. Everybody says crimping ain't easy, but once you start doing it, it's not that bad. I kind of enjoy it, to be honest. It's kind of relaxing. I got in here last night and crimped all those wire ends and chased all those leads and everything with my little multimeter. Just kind of spent a little time back here just doing a little bit of wire pre-prep for today's stream. I don't know if stuff like that would be boring to you guys. But it definitely was very relaxing for me. Very, very relaxing. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Alright, so there's another good connection. Guys, I think I'm doing a lot better than what I first did. Let's see. Does that look too bad? David Vera, 81 degrees Fahrenheit down here in Florida and humid, 79%. Whew. Yeah, that's the thing that sucks. This is humidity. Yeah, it gets pretty humid here in North Carolina, but I don't think it gets as humid as it does down in Florida. Make sure I'm putting this thing in here correctly. Actually seeing how it goes now. So there we go. We got us a really good connector there. So Delmar, thanks for that suggestion. I like it. Now my bed, her way goes, even my thermistor, bed thermistor, can be fully detached. I like it. I like it. That works for me. So, I guess now what I need to do is determine a length of wire. That will be coming out from these Wagos and running down to the bed. I guess what I'll do is probably just take the extra wiring that I got here. I need the ground, probably the blue, and maybe brown. Let me look at my diagram here. We get all our wiring run down here to the bottom. We're fixing to make our way to the electronics bay, fellas. I've got everything less the X, Y end stops. might have to go ahead and get those prepped and get the wiring run for those as well. Get everything run down here to the electronics bay. That way when I get to the bottom, I'm ready to dive in. I think that's what I'm going to do. Just looking through the manual, so far we've already got our tool head built. We've got our bed put together. It's on the printer. We've got our cable chains ran. Our electronics cover. And I've already pre-installed these T-nuts in here for the den rails. And that's actually telling me that's where I'm at. So we're back to the den rails. Okay. -1C humidity, 81% here in Calgary. So what is 1C in Fahrenheit? Still pretty cold, huh? 81%. When I see -1, I'm shivering. But I don't know what that is in relation to Fahrenheit. Again, I have to thank KB3D, or Chris at KB3D, outstanding guy. Didn't even ask him for this. He offered to send me correct cable chains. Did it. Just sent them right out to me. No questions asked. Even though he didn't, it wasn't even his fault. Didn't have nothing to do with KB3D or any things on their part. Now the other day, I was popping these things open, no problem. What the devil am I doing wrong now? Wouldn't hold my mouth right. Go ahead and get these cable chains opened up here. That way when I get ready to run the wiring down to the bottom, I'm ready to go. So the little Creality screwdriver that came with my Creality printer, that thing is a perfect little tool. It's right in here in these little slots for the IGUS cable chains. Open them right up. There we go. Are those IGUS chains or generic? Yeah, they're IGUS, David Vera. Yeah, these are IGUS cable chains. I wasn't sure what would be the best to go with it. I mean, I hear that the IGUS chains are better, but I've also heard other people say, hey, I've run the generic cable chains for years, no issues. So I don't know. I don't know enough about this stuff to really have any say or authority or speak with authority to it. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get some wires run down here to the bed or the electronics bay from the bottom up, or from the top to the bottom, and just use my Wago. Looking for 11 millimeters. Nice little measuring tool there. I like it. I like it. I'm going to strip off some wire here. This is 20, no, this is 18 gauge. Let's see. Yep, we have 18 gauge wire here. Oh, them strippers do great. Strippers is doing a fantastic job. You love the IGUS you have on yours, but generic will run just fine too. Yeah, I like I said, I don't know. I can't speak to what would be the best. Let's see. Is that going to be? That should be more than enough. Wouldn't you think? I hope. Not really wasting any. Might wind up needing to get some more wire in here, fellas. Should be enough in this kit to do it yourself. Good little tug, and that's gonna make it. That's gonna make it. Just bring this on out around here. Let's get a blue wire. Maybe a brown. Blue and a brown. These are all 24 or 20 gauge. Or no, these are 18 gauge wire. You love the IGUS? Yeah, oh, I've done read that. Alright, let me get my Wago here. Use it as a measuring tool. 11 millimeters. Great. Let's go ahead. And this one. Let's see, I want to look at my manual because it does show a baby blue in here. I like the less confusion I have, the better off I am. Because it's easy for me to get confused. Now I done lost my tablet. And it's right there in front of me. I think it shows the baby blue wire coming from the middle one. Just to be sure. The less confusion I have, the better off I am. Because I get confused real easy. I don't want to do that. So yeah, we got a baby blue wire in the middle. It shows like a dark blue one. I don't have that, so I'm going to use brown. I think on down in the manual, when it shows some of the wiring for the line and all that stuff, I think it's got some different colors going on with it. It's kind of what I'm looking for right now, just checking that. Don't want to get nothing crossed, that's for sure. Especially when it comes to mains wiring. Yeah, so we got a brown and a blue. So yeah, your brown is your line, your blue is neutral. And I'm trying to see what's coming from the bed, printer bed. See the baby blue, I imagine that's the line. Now I recall where I seen the brown, that's coming from I think that's the Z end stop switch. I'm not using that because I'm using my nozzle as a probe. So yeah. Blue is definitely neutral. Might have should have went with the red and black. Maybe that would have been better. also wonder, a little curious, where that I took off the actual printer. I mean the matting. Seems like some really good wire. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get me where I need to go. Run it out. Use it. Probably more than enough. I don't know. What's the question? I'm just trying to decide on what wires to run out of this Wago for my bed here. Best colors to use. I know it shows in the manual like a blue and a really dark blue. I'm wondering if I should use the red and the black. Because what came with this do-it-yourself wiring kit, as far as the 18 gauge wire, we got 5 colors. We got brown, blue, red, black, and of course your earth and ground. I'm definitely going to use that one right there for the ground. And I think, like here in the States, when it comes to wiring and stuff, I might be wrong, but I think like green's supposed to be ground, white's neutral, black's positive. Pretty sure that's how we do it. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Don't want to get nothing mixed up, that's for sure. That could be an issue later on down the road. And Wagos are nice. Yes, sir. Clip in there really nice. We're going with the brown. Be alright. I missed it. Get it all the way in there. There we go. Alright, so everything is hooked up in the bed there. Typically, it should be what you are used to and what you can quickly identify by looking at. Yeah. You got a lot of different colors going on here. Right. I know what I put them at, so. Alright, so now I got a nice little spot right here to be able to do a strain relief. I think that's what I'm going to do. Grab some zip ties real quick. I'm going to need, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I got 2 little spots up here. About 6 zip ties. Where's that loop come out at the top right here? Ah, see. Very nice. Very nice. I love how they figured all this stuff in with this, where you can just, again, just keep it all super neat. I love it. I love it. I'm just going to give a little bit to play with there. That'll be fine. There that is. Moving right along, moving right along. Okay. Go ahead and clip these. And let's see. I guess that's just a spot for one right there. And let's have a look at this. This one's a little bit different than what I saw at the top. Yeah, it's just gonna lay in there. Really nice. Got a nice little strain relief right here. So I got two different strain reliefs. One on the Igus chain and one on the actual printer, or the printed part, which is cool. I like it. Then we'll go ahead and run these wires through this chain here and then get it snapped up. Maybe. I don't know yet. Try to figure out how much I want for strain relief. I think that'll be just fine. Just trying to keep everything nice and tidy best I can. You even added an additional fan underneath your bed to help the chamber heat. Yeah, I thought about doing that because they leave it as an option, right? I mean, there is an optional, or some more optional printed parts that you can print up for that. Yeah, I thought about doing that myself, David. For real. Yep. Seemed like a great idea. Have a little extra heat going on there. Let's see. I'm just gonna lay my wires in here. I think that's all the wires that's coming from the bed. I sure hope that these red wires are going to be long enough for my bed thermistor. Go ahead and get them routed up through the hole here. Pull that. Ground. Protective earth. Planet earth. Earth and ground. Whatever you want to call it. Whatever the proper terminology is. Let's get these two bed thermistor wires run. Oh yeah, it's mess up top. And let's see, let's grab some stuff. I left that zip tie just a little bit loose, so I could pull wires if I needed to. And a couple of these done flew open on me. I don't think it's supposed to do that. Must have thought I had them snapped and didn't. There we go. Come on, baby. Don't want to go, fellas. Let's see. I'm behind on the chat. David Vera, once you get this built, if you're going to run ABS, you recommend looking into the Nevermore filter. It's good for cleaning the chamber air and helping to heat the chamber faster. Even added one additional fan underneath your bed to help. Yeah, I did see that one. Yeah, I thought about adding it, but I do want to print higher temp materials for sure, and it is going to be an enclosed printer. So all that being said, yeah, that's probably not very bad suggestions there either at all. Definitely noted and taken into serious consideration. All right, so there's some clay. I'll go about halfway. We're just gonna zip tie, give a little tug there, and yeah, I think I got plenty enough wire to get myself to where I need to go up top. And I'm just gonna add another zip tie. I wonder if it might be a good idea to just put this stuff through here. Probably don't need it. And be alright. Let's do it. Nice little loop there. And we got some flexibility there. I left some flex in the chain. I'll take it. I like it. Hopefully it ain't too much of a bend on them wires. Well, there we go, fellas. That's the bed. Wires are run for it. And again, that cable chain back there, it's all thanks to KB3D, Chris. KB3D. He sent that to me. He didn't have to, but he did. And I think that was pretty outstanding of the man. Yeah, and I think there's a little spot down here for the zip tie as well. Let's see. A little spot right up in here for the zip tie or strain relief. I think I'm gonna put that in there too. Leave just a little play, a little back and forth play there. Find another one of these zip ties. And it's super easy to run a spare thermistor up that cable chain you just did and set up a chamber temp mister. Yeah, and actually, I think, like, on my, I think it's very possible to be able to put a chamber temp to mister on that with that power control board that I put on there. If I wanted to, I think it actually has a little spot for it. If I was wanting to do that, then probably wouldn't be too bad of an idea, to be completely honest. It'd be nice to be able to monitor the chamber temperatures. Zip ties don't seem like they. So we're just kind of gonna give it a little tug, and I'm just gonna go about halfway because I seen Steve Bills suggest that. Made sense. And it's supposed to leave the proper amount of tension inside the chains. There that is. All right, so that should be the bed. The bed is wired up, wires are run. Yeah. So now we're back to the den rails. You forgot you had a tool head board. Definitely recommend setting up chamber thermistor once you're up and going. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I thought about it, so I probably wouldn't mind monitoring the chamber temp. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much it as far as bed. Bringing stuff up to the top for the bed wiring. It's not really got a little bit of play here and there. Everything's good. Let's see. Seeing as how I got this thing upside down and I'm needing XY end stops here, I may go ahead and run the wiring because I need to get that run too. So go ahead and prep my XY end stops and go ahead and get the wiring run for them on up here. That way I can get these run through this cable chain down here and get it attached like it should be. Start getting all the wires fastened up, get them all up here to the top because we got a lot of wiring to do. And I have to get my den rails and stuff put in. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Let's get after some XY end stop wire. Now, something I didn't know, I don't know if you guys were aware of this, but it's actually going through, let's see, I'm gonna test it a little bit. I was actually going through the clipper, or not clipper, but the, let's see here. I was going through the Voron site, and in it, it talks about wiring and stuff. Let me see if I can get it pulled up in a tab here. But on the actual Voron design website and the documentation, I think, let's see, you got different places you can go to. Voron website, documentation, the build. So you look at the build and then you go into electrical wiring. So you can select the electrical wiring part of it. They give you all kinds of little tips and the connectors, and of course, I'm sure a lot of you guys have already read all that. But one thing I didn't realize, and maybe some other people may not realize, is that the Trident gantry wires, let's see, I can click on that, and they actually give me a length. So it says Y in-stop pod for the 250 by 250 is 160 centimeters. And it says, of course, add a generous amount whenever if at all possible. It don't have to be 160. But I'm gonna test that out. So I'm gonna measure out 160 centimeters, which is a lot. And because I'm used to doing the American version of measuring, I might have to convert 160 centimeters into inches or feet. How many feet is that? 160 centimeters. Am I that dumb? When in doubt, ask Google. Not YouTube, Google. So that's 62 inches. Seems like a lot, don't it? 62 inches. It's over 4 feet. You really need that much? Way over 4 feet. Hell. It's over 5 feet. That's about my height. Let's see if it makes it. Alright. Because we're wanting to go from this little install pod right here all the way through cable chain. I'm gonna need 4 of these wires too. Well, dang. What end stops do I have? PCB. No, actually, I got these. I forget what they call it. The D2 something. Yeah, and I have the little printed part right here. So I need to go ahead and I'll go ahead and solder the wires up to them, attach them to this part. That's the reason why I said while I got it right here and it's upside down, you know, that way I can see it. I'll go ahead and attach my end stops, run the wiring up, that way I can get my XY end stops mounted up here. Yeah, run the wiring up like it needs to go through the cable chain. I can get all that buttoned up, and then I'll have everything kind of going to the bottom. Yeah, I forget what these are called. The D2F. Yeah, little D2F 5L installs. And I think this is going to be just about my height, which is 5 feet 11 for the 250. That's gonna be plenty. I'm just gonna cut me 4 wires about that long. I'm just basically using as far as I can spread my arms from fingertip, longest fingertip to longest fingertip. That's about my height. I think that's going to be plenty. They give me plenty of 24 gauge wiring. It's 230 feet. This linear wiring together. I've got enough parts here that's going to probably wind up hardware and parts It's gonna wind up being left over from this thing to do the Ender switch wire. Ender 3 to switch wire conversion. Less the motion, which would be the pulleys and all that stuff. You measure the same way? Yeah, man. Hey, it works. From middle fingertip to middle fingertip, that's roughly about my height. Human body is an interesting measuring tool. You know, just like, you know, they say from this point right here, let's see, to your elbow. That's how big your foot is. Right here, right there. You wouldn't think your foot was that big, but it is. Just fun facts. Somebody might not have known that. So now I just need to go on and get my end stops soldered up here. And the way these end stops are done are normally closed. I think is the way they say they do it. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to wire them up for normally closed. Let me get this printer out of the way. I don't like soldering over top of that heater, that heated mat. I want to drop these solder blobs on it. Oh, the wife is amazing. Brought me a tea. Alright, let's set this thing out of the way for a second. Wiring is looking clean, sir. So that Golden Jaguar, that's the whole reason why I went with the do-it-yourself wiring kit. I wanted the wiring to look really clean. I haven't bought any of those Raceways or whatever, which just do-it-yourself wiring kit. See, I thought I took them out and threw them to the side a minute ago. I can cut the length of wire that I need, and I won't have a whole bunch of excess everywhere. Which, I mean, I guess some extra would be nice, but I mean, you got these little zip tie, you know, wiring mounts that I can just stick to the bottom. And as long as I can adjust and cut it the way I want it, I figured it was going to come out looking pretty clean. So that's why I went with the do-it-yourself wiring kit, is because I wanted it to look really nice, neat, and clean. So where's Robo Duck at? We need his help. Let's bring him back over here. That's a nice kit. Yeah, it's the Lineo. It's the Lineo wiring kit from KB3D. Do-it-yourself wiring kit. I think it's the name of it. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen it on here yet, but the Lineo do-it-yourself wiring kit. I got that from KB3D, and it says it comes with everything to be able to completely build your 3D printer, you know, for the boron trident. And I mean, there's a lot of extra stuff that I'm probably not even going to use. I'll have left over. But a lot I am going to use. And I will use it eventually, maybe on the Ender 3 to switch wire conversion. You know, some of it. Robo Duck, activate. He's ready. Yeah, he is ready. He loves working. He's a hard worker. If you don't mind a little bit of hard work. Yeah. Let me get you adjusted a little bit better here. You'll be looking at the ground for a second. Try Gotta get a little bit closer. I do love this little camera mount that I got right here. Nothing real fancy, but it's easy to adjust. Very easy to adjust. So let's bring him in here because he's going to help me get these wires pre-tinned. I'm going to go ahead and strip the ends of them and pre-tin them. Go ahead and strip the wire ends and pre-tin them before I actually attach the switches. I swear my eyes have gotten so bad. Don't work with the ball cap on. 24. I almost thought they was going to want me to work today. Come up to me Thursday and said something about working Saturday. And I done had this stream set up. I was like, oh, man, I already got plans for Saturday. Appreciate the heads up, guys. You know, hate to let you guys down, you know. Some of you that look forward to this, and I think some of you might look forward to it. I know I look forward to it, especially look forward to having some time off every now and then. Let's see, go ahead and put those switches down here too. Get them pre-tinned as well. And I need my soldering iron. Robo Duck is activated. What did I do with the solder? There we go. A little piece of solder back here. What did I do with my... Oh, it's right here in front of me, fellas. Again, that big old thing. Lost it and it's right in front of me. Amazing. This iron right here heats up so fast. I think this is something else that I really enjoy about this build right here is the fact that there's a lot of stuff that I enjoy doing involved in building it too as well. Soldering. I really enjoy soldering stuff. So all I'm doing is just pre-tinning the little legs on this little connector here. Don't want to breathe none of these fumes. Probably wouldn't hurt as much soldering as I do to have a fume extractor in here. Maybe I ought to build me one of those little, I seen a guy build one. It looked like I think it was a Pokemon or something. Beam extractor. It's pretty neat looking. Alright, so there we go. We got it pre-tinned. Now Robo Duck wants to help me get them. He wants to help me get them soldered up. So, let's see. Good thing about having a granite slab like that right there, just lay my soldering iron right on it. Ain't gonna hurt nothing. He's gonna put this thing together for us. He loves it. Helping hands make life so much easier. If you don't have any, and you do any soldering at all, highly suggested. Just like that, my wire is ready to go. I'm just going to add a little bit of fresh solder to my tip. Kirby. You done named him for me, huh? You got Kirby in here with us. Alright. So what's going on here? Not comfortable. Not comfortable. There we go. Just making sure I got a good connection. A gray solder joint is no good. You want a nice shiny one, fresh solder, lots of flux, in and out real quick. Alright, Kirby's fighting me now. There we go. Yeah, just like that. There's one switch. That'll work. Might even add a little bit of heat shrink to the end of that one. Set this off to the side. I swear the pollen is something else. This has got everybody's allergies all messed up around here. Everything is in full force. Let's see, we need a little bit more fresh solder here. Oh yeah, there we go. Focus in on it. Good work. I'm sure of it. If it don't, we'll fix it. Alright, so now, I mean, I don't think I got to have heat shrink on that. Close as that's going to be to the plastic. Yeah, this little 3D printed part right here that they suggest, I think they design it in such a way where you can add one of the PCB boards to it, or the little switches like I got going on right here, and I think there's even something else that you can use for that too as well. There's so many different ways you can do these end stops. I think I'd feel better if I put a little heat shrink on the end of these. I don't know why. Just makes me think it needs it. Let me grab a little bit. Nice had I pre-planned and not have to slide heat shrink all the way down the whole length of the wire. And I even talked about it before I soldered. It's going to cut me off with just maybe about I don't know, half an inch. That'll be enough. That's what you would do. Yeah, I feel better about the heat shrink being on it. Never know. Never know what'll happen. Really, when I use my lighter, I don't really try to hold it on there too long. It ain't really a good way to control the heat. Yeah. I like it. There's one end stop. And let's get this up. Whatever I did with it. We're getting closer to the electronics bay. One step closer with every piece. With every single piece. Every step gets me closer to where I want to be, which is cool. Probably setting terrible examples. Alright, so there we go. We got 2 end stops. And I want to see how they get mounted onto this thing right here. Pull up my manual here. Kids, grab your lighters. Kids are going to grab lighters regardless. You can try to child-proof them and hide them. I think when you start hiding things from children, sometimes that's where the mystery comes in. And then they really want to get their hands on it and play with it. I think if you teach them how to properly handle stuff, I wouldn't have some of the accidents you do wind up having. I'm not saying go out and give your kids lighters. That's a bad example. They're just things in general. I know when I was a kid, when things, well, I wasn't supposed to put my hands on them, and they were such a mystery to me. That's when I really wanted to check them out even more. Okay, so basically what I'm looking at is how these things are going to set in space on this end stop. How it shows it. This one will go just like so. And they get put in, I think with some of these, I think they're self-tapping M2x10 self-tapping screws. So we're going to get a couple of these out. Doing too much, fellas. Trying to do too much. Let's see, I think I got a better screwdriver than that. Where's that thing at? More suited for this job. Alright, there we go. I don't want to crank down on it too hard because I hate to. Don't look right. Something don't look right here. Why is it not seated all the way down in there? There we go, that looks a lot better. Yeah. Alright, so there that is. And this is the Y end stop. So I probably ought to label this before I get too far ahead of myself. I'm just going to take one of these fancy little labels here. Temporary labels. I'll put some permanent labels on it later on. That's going to be the Y. I'm just going to stick it on the end right here. I'm sure there's better ways of doing things. Alright, so now let's get this one started. That ain't working out too well. What's going on here? There it goes. Thing wanted to act funny with me. About to fall asleep with that music right there, I believe. That screw right there almost poked through the other end. I don't know if you see that little white. Yeah, that thing almost poked all the way through the other end there. But the switches are switching, so I guess that's a good thing. So now we've got that, and I probably ought to go ahead and label this other end. That's going to be the X. Seeing as how I got a label, fancy label here for it. I have to keep track of it. Just a little bit more time to put into it, but for me, I think it's going to be all worth it in the end. So now we got us some limit switches. Very nice. Very, very nice. Let's get this out of the way. Let's get us a printer up here. We need to get some wires running, don't we? That way we can make our way on up to the electronics. Or down to. Either way. Either way it goes. That's the end goal. Get the printer picked up, put back up here. Basically what I'm looking for is get my in-stock pod mounted onto that. That way I can go ahead and run the wires. And let's see what it calls for. So it doesn't show it being mounted up on here yet. I don't think. Did I overlook it? Huh. Shows the wire routing. What did I miss? Where did I miss that? Yeah. That's weird. Somehow, oh, there we go. Yeah. We need some M3. Oh no, not for that. Yeah, it doesn't really show. It doesn't show it mounted, or what screws it takes to mount it. Or, like I said, or I overlooked it. Probably too far ahead, because I was at the den rails. So what's going on here? I'm just going to start reaching for screws and find the ones that's going to fit it. Scrolling back and forth through all this mess. Yeah, it doesn't really. It tells you about the options, alternate X, Y, in stops. Yeah, in stop pod. That's all it talks about there. Different. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I skipped over M3 by 30. M3 by 30. Yeah. That's what I was looking for. I wanted it to tell me which ones that I needed to put on it. I'm not 100% sure how this wiring needs to come out through here. It's probably going to go, yeah. Yep, it's going to go feed right through there. Yep. Alright, let me grab some M3 by 30 socket head screws and we'll get this thing mounted up. Gantry assembly, yeah. M3 by 30. Need two of these. These are the two that we left out earlier on in the build for the gantry assembly. Why in the devil do I keep doing that? Keep grabbing the wrong one. There we go. Alrighty. Don't want to pinch any wires, so I'm just going to try to fish them on around to keep them from getting smashed in between anything. Drop our M3 by 30 down in there. There's one. And there's two. And they're going to feed up in this little channel right here. Let's get this screwed down here. Oh yeah, so it was a good idea to put the heat shrink on it because it's coming right across the top of a bolt, of a socket head screw right there. So I'm glad I did that. Could have shorted out real easily on a little socket head screw. I'll show you guys that here in a minute. Yeah. Let's spin it around here. Yeah, see that little screw right there? The heat shrink's right there on top of it. So heat shrink was definitely a good idea. I mean, it's not really touching it. There is a slight little bit of clearance. But who knows, like whenever you're sitting there pulling these wires and running them and all that stuff, you could wind up accidentally pulling down on it, making it touch. Alright, so I'm going to spin this thing back up on its top. Because I need to get these wires run. Let's try to figure out the best ways to grab this thing, flip it around. It's starting to seem like it's more fragile now to me. I don't know why. Yeah, that's just going to run right up in there. Little channel. Right down through there. This thing flipped around here. Lots of wires. Wiring fun. Alrighty, so where are we at? We're all the way up here. I guess you guys need a better angle. See what we got going on here. What I'm doing. Pick you on up. We're after that chain right there. It's right in front of you. I'm gonna have to open that thing back up probably. We're after this right here. Because I got to get all these wires that I just made for my end stops. Got to get them ran. So this is definitely getting on my nerves right here. Freaking tangly mess. Alright, so I got a little channel, runs right up the back side right here. All this stuff feeds through. Something that I really don't like about it though is the fact that it could be rubbing that extrusion right there if I'm not careful. We're going to need some zip ties. Probably could go ahead and zip tie all this stuff right here too. In there. So yeah, grab a couple zip ties. If I can find my wiring kit here. Bit of a slow day today, ain't it, fellas? You cover that channel with electrical tape to keep the wires tucked in nice. Well, yeah, they do act like they want to pop out a little bit. Might not be a bad idea, David. Let me get some zip ties around here. See, I don't want to see nothing but a loop coming through the front. So we'll get it started. Feed it back through. Catch what wires I need to catch. In a second. Yeah, what a pain in the butt this is. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. I like it. And let's put one more. So we got a spot for 2 zip ties. Makes perfect sense to use them if we got them. Yeah, that holds that up in there really nice. Tucks them kind of up in there. I like it. I like it. Starting to look good. So let me clip these ends here. I'll open up this Y chain here. Open up the Y. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean, David. They kind of want to jump out from back there, don't they? The Pool Boy channel, you got a shout out on Steve's stream. Really? Wow, that's amazing. Heck yeah. Well, that's freaking cool. I didn't even realize it was after 1. Yes, Steve's on every Sunday. That is amazing. Awesome. Awesome. Heck yeah. Good deal. Uh-oh. Let's see. Alright. So I'm gonna have to do something funny right here. No? Yep. Yeah, I am. Alright, let me open these up. Open up my cable chains here. I got 4 more wires to run through it. Should have got them the other day when I was here. That's awesome. That makes me absolutely happy. That's so freaking cool. I enjoy watching Steve builds. Matter of fact, like I said, is watching his LDO Trident kit build. Actually, his Ender 3 to switch wire conversion got me looking at the boron stuff really hard. And then I watched him build the LDO Trident 250 and watched DeWitt 3D Canada build the Trident 250. And that did it for me. I was like, okay, yeah, I like it. That's the one I want to go with. Fully enclosed. Yep. Very nice. Alright, so got all this open. What I'm going to have to do though, I'm going to pop this end piece off right here. Just so I can get these. Well, I don't have to fish them through this little loop here. Because there's no opening on this back side, so just pop this off real quick. Like so. bring these on around with the rest. I hope that they're long enough. So I'd hate to have to go back through all this again. Alright, now let's see, this is going to go like that. And we'll snap this in. Snap this back into place. Try not to pinch any wires. Don't want to pinch any wires at all. Come on, get in there. There we go. Alright. I don't know, I don't know if everybody that's watching this right now, if they've ever built one, curious about building one, but it's definitely a lot of fun. A lot of fun. You learn a lot along the way. Got a lot of patience, and that's something that I do have. I have quite a bit of patience. And there we go. So now we've got our XY end stops mounted in here. And I'm just going to go ahead and screw that on down. It gets the M3 by 6 flathead screws. Alright, let me catch up with the stream here. The chat. Delmar Franks got me a nice mention. Awesome. And monthly members on Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. I think you need to ship that printer to me. When you finish it, I will do quality control. I hear you. Quality control. Yeah, QC, I got you. Babe, you can't ban Shawdell. He's just trying to do quality control. You gonna ban the man for trying to do quality control? Can't ban the man for wanting to just help out a little bit. That's all. He's just trying to help us. Just make sure it's going to do what it's supposed to do. Good Lord. I swear. It's always my eyes is the problem. I don't like getting older. There we go. I promise I won't send it back. I bet. That's not very good quality control there, Shawdell. Dang, bad luck. Well, it's probably not the best one in the world, but I swear this dad blame thing right here, it couldn't have fell in a worse place. Excuse me for 1 minute, guys. All right. QC is a long process. Yeah, I imagine it is. Probably take a while to go through this whole printer. Make sure everything is up to standard. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. That's for sure. So I imagine making sure every piece and part is where it's supposed to be. Take a little bit of time. So a little ball end. There we go. It fell in that time. Fell right into place. They're good for some things, but like a little spot like this, and especially when your eyes are as bad as mine are, it's not easy getting it started. There we go. What a pain in the butt that was. But we got it. Very nice. Okay, so there that is. That is attached. Finally. I had to go blow my nose at that plane. All the freaking pollen and crap in the air around here. Unbelievable. So I'm just going to pull these wires a little bit. Try to get them all about the same length. Just pulling them to my thumb. Because they're all uneven looking. I don't like all that. It's like a rat nest. Trying to even them up through the cable chains here. The way it did, it looked like such a rat nest. That looks so much better. Nice little loop there. So now, I imagine I just want to attach it from the bottom, leave a loom hanging out the top, or do you want the loom? How would I want to do this? See, it's coming up from there. That looks good like that. Let's see. Let's trying to make it look good, fellas. Tidy it all up. I think that's about how I want it right there. Put me some zip ties in it. Call it good. I like it. I like it. Let's grab some zip ties. Might as well leave these up here with me because I'm going to be going through it quite a bit. Let's put a couple. I'll put a couple in this. Like it. Put 2 of them in there just for good measure. I guess that's the nice thing about these Igus chains is that they actually have a strain reliever kind of built into them. So we got strain relief everywhere for these chains. Yes, we do. Let's see, where are my nippers at? There they are. Clip this off. Show. So yeah. So that's really not a moving part. What's inside the chain is moving. So all that stuff can be really tidy, and it is. I like it. Nice and tight. Let's see, let's make sure we're hitting our end stops here. Oh yeah, hitting that end stop. Let's see. Check this one. Yep, sure is. All right, good deal. So I can hear the end stops triggering. Very nice. Very, very nice. So now, back here, I'll bring this forward just a little bit. Making our way down. So, just want to give it a little, just kind of get them all together, kind of pull them tight, push, so push till it stops, pull till it stops, and I'm going to go about halfway, pushing back. I'm going to zip tie it down right there. I think that'll be good. Maybe. We'll see. Just double checking. Good thing about the Igus chains for the Trident 250. Let's see. Forward bag. Yeah, right there. I'll take that. The good thing about the Igus chains is I didn't have to 3D print this little part that goes back here that they call for, because it already has the strain reliever right here built into it. So that was a bonus. Go ahead and put me a second one on here. I look at it as 1 is none and 2 is 1. Yep, I like it. And I think there's like a little 3D printed part. Let's see. A little 3D printed part that actually goes over top of this little cover. These wires are going to run around and down in this little channel right here. Think like so, There's a little 3D printed part that goes right there. So we're steadily making our way to it, fellas. We're making our way to the electronics bay. Very nice. So let me look and see what size screw I need for that little mount right there. So we got our in-stock put in, our in-stock pod. Now I got to find my little mount here. I'm all over the place in the manual at the moment. I can tell it. I'm hunting down that little cover. Okay, let's see, that is in the toolhead XY in-stock routing. Got that. There we go. M3x8. M3x8. And I need my little 3D printed part. A little red 3D printed part. So I get to go in the toy box. Let's see what's in the toy box. Oh, I found it. It's right here. So this little part right here. Yep. That's a little cover, like a wire cover. That's gonna go. Okay, very nice. I like it. So I need an M3x8. M3x8 socket head. I think I got some right here. Yep. Very, very nice. I like that all these bigger channels are real supportive of what I'm doing here. It's awesome. That's huge to me. I have people that I've watched in the past just kind of recognizing what you're doing. That is outstanding. Love it. Alright, so what the devil's going on here? Screw is long enough. Or is it? Barely. Barely. Don't quite want to get a bite yet. I find kind of weird. All right. You have done a great job on this build so far, my brother. Hey, thank you, First Layer. Yeah, it's definitely been a process. I grabbed the right one. It says M3x8. Huh. It don't want to reach. I wonder if I countersunk this thing in here too far. Or it might be these little reliefs in here. See if I got some M3x10s. Got any of those? Got some 12s. Twelve might be too big. We're gonna try it out though. I ain't scared. Let's see how it works. There's definitely a lot of stick out there. I think 12 is gonna be too long. That ain't cool. Yeah, we've been working hard at it there, first layer. Can't wait to see yours completed. Watching you build that thing's almost got me wanting to build one. I'm not going to, but almost. And again, I don't know. Who knows? Alright, so there we go. That 12 worked out just fine. I like it. So, pull all this mess through here. I'm going to have to get that wire run down to the electronics. Let's see, where's my nippers at? Yeah, this is a big project. Big process. Big process. A lot of stuff goes into this. A lot. Let's see. Go ahead and get rid of that little zip tie right there. I don't think I want that. I'm trying not to cut my wire. Don't want to clip my wire. Just want to clip the zip tie. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's good. Thought for a minute I clipped the wire. That wouldn't have been good. Or just nicked it. So let's run this motor wire through this hole. There's an awful lot of wires that go in this hole right here. Will that make it? Will that make it? Nope. I'm gonna have to break that loose. Oh yeah, there we go. It made it. So there that is. And I don't think it's supposed to run around the back side of the frame like that. So I gotta pull it back out. Get it on the right side of it. It's supposed to be on the inside. You back at it tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Awesome. I'll be looking forward to it. I'm glad you're feeling better. It's always good to take some rest every now and then. So, just roll this up for a minute. Feed that through. This is my Y. X and stop. Yeah, we're making our way down there to the bottom, where all the fun and the magic happens. I think I've got everything that I need from the top down here to the bottom. Thinking. So, let's see. Old rubber duck. He likes being a star of the show here. He loves it. He tightened his head up a little bit. It's getting a little loose. He's got some screws loose in his head. There he is. He's picking around the corner there. Got a little too much light, don't he? His face is all blown out. He's back here. He's gonna fix the tool head for me. Alright, so now I'm coming on down, and we're gonna just start keeping everything nice and tidy. We're gonna zip tie it to our little zip tie points. I think we're ready for that. We got all our wiring. It's coming from the top, going to the bottom. So, outstanding. Outstanding. Yeah, they say it takes 30 hours to build one of these things. I'm sure I'm well past that by now. I'll leave a little bit of, just a little bit of play in this. Just because. Snug that down. And we come on down to the next one. Keep these wires real pretty looking. Try to anyway. Steve Builds has a members only stream. That's cool. I think I've heard him talk about it. Looks pretty good. I'll take it. And one more zip tie. You think a few of us out there in the world have a few screws loose in the head? Yeah. So I've pretty much told my wife, and she's aware of the situation, that I've lost my mind. But I think I know where to find it. I think it's at the North Carolina coast. We'll probably be headed down that way some point in time. See if I can't find it. I'm pretty sure that's where it's at. It's either there or in the mountains. Maybe in Boone, North Carolina. I'm not sure. Might have to search both of them areas for it. Yep, I got to find my mind. I've lost it. I've officially lost my mind, and I'm about certain it's at the coastline. So all that's at the bottom. All the wires are tucked away, nice and neat. We got the build plate. Let's see, we just need to get this one right here down here. Might need this motor. You heard it's in Newfoundland? Huh. It might be there. Might be on a fishing boat there. I don't know. Might be. That might be where it's at. Oh, man. Well, that was an absolute disaster, fellas. I couldn't have did that worse. That was an absolute disaster. Yeah. So this one's gonna have this one's definitely gonna have a connector in it. Yeah. Yep. You saw that? Yep. They put these dad blame zip ties on here so freaking tight. These little white zip ties on these motors. Let's see. They put them on there so tight. Yep. You saw that, didn't you, David? Damn. What a nightmare. Yeah, it's cut into the wires too. Yeah, they're cut. Well, only one thing to do. Damn, why did they put the zip ties on that like that? Put me a little connector up top here. Shoot. Dang it. I'll just put it right here. That'd be fine. I'll just put it down there. That stinks. Good thing I got them. Disaster. I hate cutting zip ties for that reason. Yeah, I mean, like the zip ties I put on there, I put them on kind of loosely. And that way, probably wouldn't run into that problem. Just kind of having a look at my travel here on my bed. Now I got everything mounted up, bed and whatnot. So right there, the chain that's maxed out for the chain. The bed can go all the way up and just about touch the bottom of the printer head there, or the cooling ducts. I can't get too much more travel out of that chain. I mean, I could add another piece if I wanted to, but that's just about maxed out. Have a good stream. You have to run. Hey, thanks for stopping in the first layer. I'm glad to have you in here with me. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely got to make it to the electronics, baby. That's what I'm trying to get after. See, you found that cutting the nub part of the zip tie in half will usually work, and getting it open. Yeah. See, I cut it the wrong way. I was cutting the nub part, but yeah, that's all right. Get some more crimping practice. It'll be fine. We'll make it work. Got some nice little connectors that come with this kit. I hate it. It'll be alright. It happens. What a disaster. Didn't want to do that. Didn't want to have to do that. It's just an extra step now. But we got what we need. We'll make it work. I was so careful on that other one to make sure I didn't do that. Some nylon split cable sleeving to cover those cables anyways. Won't see the cables or the connector. Yeah, I'd like to get some of that. I was thinking about that. Cover that stuff up back here in the back. Yeah, that would look really nice. That would look really, really nice. Oh, I need my eyeballs. Yeah, I boogered them ends up pretty good too. It was like, I heard it whenever it crunched. These little nippers right here, I got wire cutters. They're pretty dang sharp too. These aren't the ones that come with the little 3D printer kits. I bought these from Lowe's. But they've been my favorite pair of wire cutters, that's for sure, for this little small wiring and stuff. Alright, let's see. That's probably 24 gauge wire. Oh wow, this wire is actually labeled. Yep, 24. Yep. Cool. Alright, which ones do I want to do first? I guess we'll do the I guess it don't really matter. Guess it don't really matter. Definitely getting good use out of these crimpers. I ain't even done yet. Still got a long ways to go. Holding them upside down again. Definitely wouldn't want that connector in my foot. You might swear a lot trying to do it, but it works. For zip ties, you use a blade to open the lock and release it so you don't cut the wires. Yeah, you know, I do that quite a bit at work for when we wind up needing to reuse zip ties for different reasons. Yeah, that works well too. Shawdell works really well. So these crimpers right here, it's almost like they need to be just a little bit wider, and they'd probably do a little bit better of a job, a whole lot easier. Like I said, they kind of do the job for me, but it definitely there's one. Blade or pointy tweezers, the pointy ones that come with the connector pins works good. Yeah. Yep. I didn't want to put this little crimp connection in here because it just is it's another point that I could potentially be creating for failure. But we'll get her ciphered out. I'm sure it's going, like I said, I'm certain it'll probably work in the end. So get it all buttoned up. Got that one. Only got to do this 6 more times, fellas. 6 more freaking times. Unfortunate event here. Moving along so well. Ready to put the den rails on. And then this happens. Adapt and overcome, I guess. Alright, one more, and then we're on to the next one. We getting there. Slowly but surely. I do appreciate you guys hanging out in here with me, checking me out. Sure do. Hope you're enjoying everything that I'm doing here. I'm going to try to stay on top of this thing and make sure. I'm seeing a lot of you guys in here quite regularly. I'm going to try to figure out a way that whenever I go to hook it up and power it on and first moves and all that stuff like that I'm going to be doing with it, I want to make sure that you guys can see everything that I'm putting into the programming it and whatnot, because I'm going to be doing something a little different, because I'm using the untap mod, so I definitely got to move in a little different direction than what you guys are probably accustomed to whenever it comes to the untap. I don't know if any of y'all have read up on it or have done that mod already or what. But like I said, I just kind of want to share it with everybody and keep sharing the build process as it moves along. Because a lot of you have seen it through. Dang it. This last one's going to give me a fit. I don't know why. It's moving along so good. The last one just wanted to be a pain in the butt, but we got it. Alright, so there that is. Stepper Buzz is your friend on the initial startup. The next stream for me is Nero 3D tonight. Pointy ones that came with the connector pins works good. Damn, all Franks, you forgot about Nero tonight. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Let me look at this connector here. I'm going to use this as my cheat code. get it put back like it was. So we got blue, red, green, black. First print should be a plaque with backwards on it and your printer name. Yeah. So guys, let me tell my wife bye. She's gonna run my stepson to work again. That's a normal process on Saturdays. Let me say goodbye to her. I'll be right back. Just talk amongst yourselves. Whew. All right. You'll see yourself out, Shawdell. I hear you, buddy. Yeah, I had to say goodbye. Well, she's gonna be right back, of course, but you know, didn't want to let her leave without me saying bye to her. At least she'll be back. We gotta get that boy his license. We're gonna get his first car for him. He's just waiting on his actual driving part. Once he goes and drives, and I guess they feel good about putting him on the road, we'll get him licensed up, or at least permitted, and he can drive. Let's see. Let's go to this side. Black. I'm putting it in upside down. A while ago I seen those little grooves that it just slipped right into. I'm putting it in the wrong one. Yep, I was trying to put it in the wrong one, fellas. Big dummy. Yep, there we go. That's the one it goes in. I was trying to put it in the wrong hole. Alright, that's in there good. Now we want green. bet these things are a lot of fun to try to pull out if you're just wanting to try to do it. And red. Trying to make sure they're nice and square in there. And then, of course, blue. Make sure I got them seated all the way in there correctly, too. That should pull out like that. The last one was wanting to be the butt, but it's in there. Yep. Alright, so I got that. Good Lord. Alright. And we'll just make an end for this one. Well, that probably shouldn't have pulled out that easy. Didn't crimp it hard enough. Still trying to get good at this crimping stuff. Probably after this stream, if you're still in here, David, I'm probably going to go head over to Amazon and take a look at those iWist crimpers that you were talking about. I think I'd like the idea of it crimping it all in one shot. I think that would just make life so much easier. I really do. That's hope. iWist 3220 game changer. Yeah, I gotta step up my game on this mess. especially if I'm gonna be doing it on live stream. Especially if I'm gonna be live streaming it. Don't want to get fired from the factories on my first day. Have to have the right stuff. One thing I definitely have learned just in my days of tinkering and all that stuff, having the proper tool for the job that's in front of you is definitely a must. Big time. You definitely want the proper tool for the job. If there's something a little better out there to make life easier, or it's a game changer, like you said, I'm down with it. For sure. Alright, there's that one. Let's get another one. We're down to 2, fellas. We're getting closer. Because of our unexpected mishap here. And I'm going to have to find me another connector because I smashed one and it didn't work out for me. Didn't have it quite tight enough. Yeah, because it's going back and crimping the part that actually crimps up against the actual. It crimps up against the. God dang it! Forgot what you call it now. Alright, I need one more. Bob Ross would call them happy accidents. Yeah. It's funny you mentioned Bob Ross. Because I enjoyed, my daddy, he enjoyed watching Bob Ross all the time. And I'm a bit of an artist myself. And I've emulated Bob Ross and painted a lot of his old paintings. I do a little bit of oil painting as well. Let's see here what I do with what did I do with my dead blame wiring box here? Do it yourself wiring kit. Oh, there it is. Yep. Happy little accident. That's all it was. And this happy little stepper motor, probably he needs a friend. Yeah, this little stepper motor right here, he needs a friend. He don't want to be he don't want to be lonely. So we're gonna give him a friend. I found a spring I was looking for the other day. iOS 32.20. Definitely gonna be looking at them. For sure. There we go. Alright. So there all that is. Now I'm just going to kind of look, see how this is going to plug in here. I don't get nothing crossed. We got black, green, red, and blue. So let's go. Black. Green. Red. And blue. And there we go. And I just want to make sure before I go any further I don't have anything crossed anywhere. Something ain't right. So I'm gonna get my meter out here. I'm gonna put it in continuity mode. And just check. I think everything should be fine. So these two right here should be together, and they are. These two right here should be together, and they are. Awesome. Good deal. So we got that fixed. Good deal. Wow, I've got one heck of a mess going on now. All right, so where was I at earlier before the unfortunate turn of events? So I need to get this wire right here run down, and we're headed toward the electronics. Thank the Lord. I was all ready to flip this printer over upside down and start getting some of this stuff mounted. Yeah. And we're gonna zip tie. We're gonna zip tie that in there. Just like so. Let's grab a zip tie. Where are they at? Making our way there, fellas, in a hurry, Ready to do it. This ought to be the easy part. Zip ties. Hopefully. I love these little zip tie mounts that they created for you too, the 3D print. I think that's a neat little deal there. Sure is. Alright, so there that one is. And let's do another one. Oops. Didn't want to do that. Just kind of trying to straighten the wire up a little bit. Neaten it up some. Yeah, I think I would like to put some little sleeves on these wires just to kind of tuck them away. Make them look real nice and tidy. Which, I mean, they are nice and tidy the way they are, but I have seen some other stuff out there that definitely makes it look a lot better. So that is. Wouldn't that be something if I just snipped one of these wires right here after doing all that? That would be terrible. That would be terrible. Yeah. Moving on down the line. There that is. All right. Very nice. Okay, so that is all the wiring down here towards the bottom. So we're ready to move on to den rails. We'll get the den rails put on this thing. This is where I was at the other day before I hit a brick wall and couldn't do nothing else. So let's move old Robo Duck out of the way. I think he's got my tool head fixed up. He fixed all my mistakes. Let's set him off to the side. Let's flip this thing on its top. And we definitely got a spaghetti bowl of a mess going on right now. That is for sure. Alright. Stepper wires, bed wires, tool head, more stepper wires. Definitely don't want to cut any more of those. So let me get you guys readjusted here so you can get a eagle's eye view. Let's see, we might can even put you up a little bit higher. How's that? A little better angle there. See what's going on up top here. So now we're ready to start putting in our den rails. And I do have the proper ones this time. Another happy accident. David Veras was rookie mistake. See the difference? Ordered the wrong size den rails to start with. Minor oversight on my part. Grab my owner's manual here. Hey, welcome back, Mrs. Poor Boy. Yep. Let me see if I can find our den rail mounts before we get these put in. I know it's somewhere up in here. Here we go. Getting closer. Getting closer. Just steadily following along in the manual. Just trying to do it step by step as best as I can. I have skipped around a bunch here recently. Just because I was trying to get everything prepared and ready for this phase right here, which is all the wiring and stuff that goes in it. Everybody missed her. Yeah. Absolutely, she's the star of the show. Okay, so we got the T-nuts in. Need to rotate this thing on around. Spin it on around this way because I think that's the way it shows it. Shows it oriented. So you got the 5 M5 T-nuts over here. We got the 4 M5 T-nuts already put in over here. Hey KB3D. Hey, you missed quite a bit. We've been here for a little bit. I'm glad you stopped into my stream. And I want to personally thank you for that cable chain. It made it on time. It's already put in. It fits really nicely. It's exactly what it needed. We've already got it put in and wires run through it, but it's back here at the back. You may have, but it took Robo Duck here. He had to sort everything out for me. You know, get everything put together for us. He's got my tool head corrected and everything, but right now we're getting into the DIN rails and we're fixing to start putting electronics in. So we already have our T-nuts put in place. Now we have the DIN rails and we want the DIN rail mounts. This is spatially roughly center the DIN rails and space them about 80 millimeters apart. And then I'll slide the pieces into position. I'll need some M5 by 16 button head screws. And we need the DIN rails, and we'll also need some 3D printed parts. The DIN rail mounts. Awesome. Good on you. Yeah, man. Nah, good on you. I really appreciate you, KB3D. You got me sorted out on as far as that. We got our DIN rails and everything. That's the proper ones. So I think this thing's ready to move right along. Pretty soon we're going to be cranking it up and seeing if we can't get some plastic to come out the extruder. Hopefully. Let's see, I'm looking for some M5 by 16 button head screws. I think I also need some M3 by 8s. I already have these laid out up here. I also need these little plastic pieces that go. Let's see, there's one and 2. So I need the little plastic pieces that go in behind these little DIN rail mounts here. And they'll just kind of snap up behind it. I guess it's kind of acts like a little brace, maybe. Maybe they need to slide on. Just like so. Little support piece for the DIN rail. We'll take the DIN rail right here. This little 3D printed part right here. We'll orientate it in the proper way. Just kind of slide it in a little bit like so. Get both sides. So yes sir, we're moving right along with it. Hopefully I'll get all my electronics put in today. I highly doubt that just looking at the time that I'll get it all wired up. More than likely I might save that for another stream. just want to go through everything, and I've done looked at it so many times, probably know it inside and out, but I just want to go through everything one more time before I get too far ahead of myself, and make sure I got everything like it needs to be, wherever it comes to. And these rails right here are absolutely precise. I mean, they're gonna be a snug fit, that's for sure. Might have could have took a file after the ends on that one right there slipped down there pretty good. Let me do something with this one. I want to scratch the frame up. I'm going to just take a file and just kind of hit the end of this rail just a little bit. It ain't much, but I need to take a little bit off of it. Really, really tight tolerance. Just going to kind of brush the end a little bit. That should get it. There we go. There we go. All right. So now, it says roughly center, and we want to space them 80 millimeters apart. Where's my little measuring tool here? Oh. Huh. It's awful close if you ask me, 80 millimeters. Let's see. Looks good. Alright. So now, find my little pick tool. I want to get these little pieces right here. These little T-nuts that I put in. I see one of them already is way on the wrong side of the spectrum here. So let me pull this back out. Slide it out here where I can see it a little better. Get it moved around in the space where it needs to be. This is going to be my ground. I got one right here in the middle. Yeah, I need to get these T-nuts readjusted. Ain't quite got them in the proper locations. That one will be fine. Let's get this one over here. Slid out this way. And you know, I almost think Mike can get me a measurement from here to here, center this middle T-nut that's going to be for the ground, and go 40 millimeters off of that. That'll be my 80 millimeters of space in between, and I know I have them good and centered. And because I do have a little bit of OCD sometimes with things, I think that's what I want to do. But it's just going to be a rough idea. So I got 320, roughly 320 millimeters, one side to the other. So yeah. So at 160 millimeters, right? Which would be 32. Or 320. Yep, that's where it needs to be. Roughly, I don't know how I got so lucky. My little ground wires are already, or my little ground wire mount is already just about dead on it. Just kind of looking at it. It ain't got to be perfect. Just kind of getting a generalized idea. Yeah, that looks a lot better. So now, slide this rail here, that way, just eyeballing it. Right there. Now let's measure. See if we got 80 millimeters in between. And yeah, pretty close. I like it. I'll take that. So let's get some of these screws in here. These are M5 by 16. That's what it calls for. Button head screws. Or no, wait a minute. It calls for. Oh yeah, that's right. M5 by 16. Button head screws. There we go. We got what we need for that. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be the hex wrench that I need for this. Yep, that's it. And taking a little pick tool. Let's go up. Slide this on up right here toward the frame some. In somewhere where I think it's close, guesstimating. Can't see nothing I'm doing. Just going on a hope and a prayer. That I'm gonna hit it. It's threading. Into something. Here's one in. I'll leave it kind of loose for right now, just in case I need to do some adjusting. See if we get lucky on this one. Nope. Not so lucky at all. Not so lucky at all. Just gonna pull this back out. Take a little pick tool, see if I can't find T-nut. There. I'm just going off the feel. Yeah, now it's threading. There we go. Alright, so that's up. I'll leave that kind of loose for right now because I might need to adjust it some here in a second. Slide this one on over. Yep, that looks good. Right there looks good too. Oh yeah, threading right in. Back it out just a little bit because I'm probably going to wind up needing to do some tweaking to it. Slide these on out. All right, and I'm trying not to lose any of my screws here. Here, so let's see. Actually, it worked out pretty good. Having it spun around like this right here, so I can see. I can look down there and see. Actually, see the holes lining up really good. Spin her on around and do the same thing for that next one over here. It worked out really good. Yeah, I can see them. See, that one needs to slide in just a touch more. Sorry, I don't mean to stick my hat all in your face. And we'll slide this one on in just a little bit more. There we go. Get some screws put in here. Wheels moving right along. Yes, sir. We're going to have some stuff in here that makes it go. Actually makes this thing go here before too long. Very, very nice. So I'm probably going to have to prep my controller board. Need to get the stepper drivers put in it. Get the proper jumpers placed where they're supposed to be for this particular printer. And we're definitely going to get to all that. I'm loosening these up just a little bit because I want to make sure I got about 80 millimeters in between them. Just to double check. We got things kind of. It's 85. Boron has great documentation for everything. Yes, sir. It absolutely does, and that's what's that's definitely what's drawn me to them. Let's see. Yeah, 160 to my little center bolt there. So if I'm 160 on that, and I'm going to be 40, so this one needs to slide this way just a little bit. I went too far. Yeah. My little center bolt there, that's pretty close. That's pretty good. And we are. I mean, pretty dang good. I'll take it. Exactly 80. Does it have to be exactly 80? I don't have that much stuff going in here. I'm going to snug this stuff on down. Delmar. And if not, KB3D has a wiki. Yeah, they do. Absolutely. And KB3D's wiki has helped me a lot. I don't know if Chris is still in here from KB3D, but he was mentioning something to me about the NEMA 14 LDO motor that I have. Let's put in this printer along with the Harkey Lineo self-burner toolhead PCB. He had mentioned something to me about something was going on with the I wonder if I should have put like some kind of it's too late now. But he was mentioning something to me about the people kind of getting the motor wiring wrong, I think. Just wanted to make sure I had the correct motor wiring, which everything that's coming out of the toolhead PCB. I got S2A and S2B, they're on the same thing. And S1A and S1B are the same. So I think I got mine right. Which I followed their wiki. It's like a little sub guide that you, from their guide, took you to the actual GitHub. So I hope I'm following the correct one. Like I said, I think I initially had my stealth burner wired up incorrectly, but I believe I got it now. I'm not sure what this little bolt right here actually does for it. Just pressure on the rail, maybe. don't even touch the rail. What the heck does that do? Why would I put that in there? Why would I put that in there and it don't even touch the rail? It makes no sense. Nice dashboard. M3x8 socket head screw. So it definitely calls for an M3x8. But it is not finding its way, and it never would find its way to the DIN rail. Makes absolutely no sense. Huh. Take that out. So here again, these M3x8s are long enough. It's almost causing the question, are these actual M3x8s? Or is it another typo? Thanks for the stream. Headed out to work out. See you next stream. Hey, Golden Jaguar, I appreciate you coming in here with me. Hope you enjoy your workout, buddy. You're big, man. You're big. Yeah, these are definitely 8mm screws. Yeah, I probably ain't going to be going much longer anyway. I was hoping to try to get some of these electronics put in. That way it's ready for wiring. I didn't realize it was going to take me this long to get this far. We're definitely inching closer and closer. Them M3x8s are useless in there. So, get back into my screws that I have here on hand. And if M3x8s aren't big enough, let's see if the 10mm might be. See, the 10mm. Well, the M3x8 should have got to it. Now that I look at it. So I was looking at it all wrong. Y'all didn't catch it. Yeah, I was looking at that all wrong. Barely touch it if they're going to. The 10s would definitely be too long. Seems like this is threading into plastic. I might have over threaded that one. Might have. Screw until I feel it a little tension. Really, you can't tell. Yeah, I can't tell anyway. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that's definitely threading. It's real easy to strip those out. I can tell you that. It's threading into. You're threading into plastic. Wow, that needs a heat set insert. Would need one, I think. Doesn't call for it. But it's threading into plastic. If you ain't careful, you won't even be able to feel that little fine line. That's exactly what I've done right there. I think I done stripped the plastic right there for that one. And I could see it pushing down on the rail as I was steady tightening it down. Can't hardly tell the breaking point between the plastic and, yeah. Yep. I guess that just kind of keeps it from rattling around in there. It does get loose. So the M3/8s were the correct ones. I just got a little carried away. With it. Yep. I don't know if I've done ruined this part over here. I might have to 3D print another one of these. And he's stripped all the way out. Because it's still trying to thread. It's awful loose though. Yeah, I might have messed that one up. I'm going to feel it bite just a little bit and then we'll let off of it. Yep. Definitely stripped. Alright, so I'll have to replace that one. For sure. And I'm just going to take something, and I know which one it is. Put an X on it. That way I can locate it real quick and easy later on. But we're still going to move on with the build. Alright, we've done mounted run all the wiring down. So yeah, we're on to electronics. So I'm not putting a Raspberry Pi in this one. I have for those that don't know, I have converted my laptop, an old laptop, into 2 Raspberry Pis. One for this Trident and the other one for the future, this right here, the future Boron Ender 3 to switch wire conversion. I'll run both of them off of that, and that'll be like my Raspberry Pi for these printers. So now, yeah, we're on to the 24 volt PSU, and I'm gonna need some 4x6 button head screws and the PSU controller mount, and I'll need a PSU. Alright, this is the fun part. Alright, so what I have with me, I did follow the guide to where they said make sure you get a genuine Meanwell power supply unit. So that's exactly what I did. We got pretty sure this is the real deal. Pretty sure. And one thing I want to make sure I do, let's see if it's going to show up on there. Come on. I need to make sure I switch to the proper voltage. Come on. It looks kind of dull to me. I need to switch this thing over to I'm going to be running, which is 120 or 115. So now I'll just flip the switch on over to 115. Come on. Almost had it for a second. I think my lighting is blowing everything out. But anyway, yeah, I switched it from 220 to 115. That's an important step. Don't want to blow nothing up. And I'm just trying to. One thing that was a little confusing for me whenever I was printing the parts was I wasn't sure which ones I needed for the power supply, this and that. And then later on I realized that the ones that are labeled LRS 200, those are the ones that I needed for this build. And we need some M4x6 button head screws. We have those. And let's get this thing fixed in the space where we can slide that jewel on in there. And how do I want to orientate these things? Just like so. Let's see. I'll put it up here where you guys can see what I'm doing. So you see, I got it laid like so, and I'm just kind of orientating these. They're gonna sit right there. And let's see, where's my other? Right there. And so this is the fun part, huh, David? This is where it gets exciting. Making her way to the getting her all buttoned up. Still a long way to go because I still have to 3D print all the panel mounts and all that stuff. Like I said, basically what I've done, I 3D printed enough parts to make sure I got a functional 3D printer. And now when this one's built, I'll have two. So then I'm going to run both of them as hard as I can to get the rest of the parts needed. Once this one's set up and printing good, that way I can get the rest of the parts needed to be able to finish this thing completely. So I still have a few little bit of, little skirt parts to 3D print. I'll still have, and like I said, all the mounts and stuff like that for. So there that is. We've got our Meanwhile PSU power supply unit. We've got the voltage switched over properly. See, it still ain't picking up too well on camera. 115. We got our little mounts ready to go. Not sure how this thing's going to sit in space in there, so I'm just going to set it down right here for now. Let's see where we at in the next process. So our controller board. So I'm going to go ahead. Let's see. Seeing as how I got the printer sitting up here. Let me look. Alright. So the power supply is going to be back here. I'm going to go ahead and stick this power supply on here, but I'm going to take the printer down for a minute because I'm fixing to get into the controller board, and before I go putting it all together, I want to get it prepped and prepared before I actually put it into the machine. So we'll go ahead and snap this thing where it's going to be in the space here, and this is the back. So I'm just going to take and go ahead and let's see if I can hang this jewel in here like so. It should just snap in, right? Nope. Maybe. What's going on here? This one don't want to go for some reason. That one's going. This one ain't. Why is that? I done twisted my den rail up. Can't be that aggressive with it. I guess you can't. Yeah. Yeah, you can't be that mean to it. Didn't like that one bit. Did y'all hear that? Something broke. I don't know what it was. Takes a bit of pressure, which is good. Hold it strong. Yeah, well, it sounded like me something snapped. But I guess it didn't. Yeah. It's got me all nervous. I don't like putting pressure on stuff like that. Must have had it twisted up a little bit too much. Yeah, it just don't want to go. What's going on here? And it looks like whenever I try to push it up on there, it's like it's twisting my den rail up a little bit. That thing is, it's weird. Back one's going good, but I can't get this front one to go right here, this front leg. Huh. Weird. Takes a little. I'm gonna break it. So it goes on that one side really good, but this one right here it just ain't really wanting to do it. I don't want to bend it so bad that so I'm almost thinking that I might need to relieve a little bit of plastic up here or something. This ain't want to go. It's weird how it's going on one side. It definitely shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What the devil have I done? I don't want to force it too much. All the screws are down tight. Come on, man. I don't want to twist the rail, the den rail up pieces either. Come on. What's going on with this? Why is it being like this? That's not right. What in the devil's going on here? Very, very odd, fellas. Let's see if I can spin it around here. Spin it around here where y'all can see. You see up on it? Well, you're gonna have that motor in your way. Whenever I go to put this thing up in there and try to snap it down, this back piece right here, you don't want to let it go. This one will snap on down on there. That's what I heard pop a while ago. I thought it broke. But this side over here, it ain't wanting to go. It's kind of weird. Because they both are identical. And they both were printed at the same time. I don't see any issues with the 3D printed part. I can tell. I'm almost thinking I need to take something and just go in there and maybe just relieve a little bit more of that plastic. Maybe it'll open it up a little bit more. Will it easily pop into the other den rail? See if there's something with that rail. Give it a shot. Nah. It's like it's torquing and twisting the rail right here too. It won't go into that one either. So, I'm almost tempted to take something or maybe relieve a little bit of this plastic. I don't know what the devil's going on there. Or can you try rolling it in from the opposite way? See, oh, okay. Yeah. Let's try that, David. I like that. Yeah. Let's give that a shot. Won't work? No, I ain't gonna roll in from that way. Definitely have to put more pressure on it like that. Dang. Break that damn thing. Almost makes me hate to do it, but I'll pull the whole den rail back out, pull the ends off of it, slide it on there. Yeah. This I'm cutting it. What's causing that? Let me see. Let me just try this. Just take one of these little files right here. It'll fit. I'm gonna take this little file. It fits right in there. I'm just gonna relieve just a little bit of that plastic right there, so maybe it'll open that up just a little bit more, and maybe that'll give me what I need to get it in there. Before I go too much extremes here, I got this little file right here. It'll remove a lot of material pretty quick. So, little diamond file. Let's see if it'll remove just enough to let me get what I need. Ain't nothing but a 3D printed part anyway. I can always make another one. Hate to, but hate to have to go back through all that. But if I had to, absolutely will. This ABS, it usually remove it pretty quick. A lot of it. Let's try that. Loose dender. You can see around it better. See what the holdup would be. Yeah. Let's see. See, I done got lost in here now. I ain't sure. Oh yeah. This right here's where I was at. This is where it's going to be. Let's see if that helped. Oh yeah, it's definitely wanting to go now. Yeah. I think we'll get it. That's what it is. It's just about there. So it's got a bite. Definitely went a whole lot easier that time for that side. Over here, just needs that little bit more. So that's what it is. I'm just going to keep relieving that. I think it's going to go. I think it's going to go. It's kind of weird. Just looking at this 3D printed part right here, I think it is a problem with my 3D printed part, to be honest, because I'm noticing just a little bit of a, I don't know if that's going to show up on camera. You see that little bitty bump right there? See that? It's almost like a layer shift. I was having problems whenever I started 3D printing parts for this printer in the beginning with layer shifts. My Ender 3 printer, so I bet that's what it was. Just that little tiny bit is keeping me from being able to snap it on in there. It's like it's almost there. That's exactly what the problem is. Huh. A little bit more. Alright, now this has definitely got to do it this time. I sure hope so. So we are going to start the joys of 3D printing. Bob Ross edition here. Joys of 3D printing. It's just a happy little accident. So, yeah. There she is. There we go. It's getting snug, that's for sure. Wow. That was a lot of fun. Now let's hope I didn't put it in the wrong place. Pretty sure that's where it goes. Yeah, I didn't want to have to put too much pressure on that thing. Tear it up. Yeah, I'm in the right place. Yep. Sure enough. Alright, so now where I was at is I wanted to get my controller board out and get it prepped before I place it in here. Which means I got to put the stepper, the 2209 stepper drivers in it. Do all the stuff for the jumpers and all that. Yep. So, guys, we've been going at this for a while, and it's getting awful warm in this bedroom back here. And the wifey, she wants to go out to eat tonight. It's Friday night, Saturday night, so probably gonna take her out to eat somewhere. But it's been a real joy. Wrong rail. Yeah, that would be terrible, wouldn't it? Yeah, we got this thing mounted, so hey, we're making our way. Solving one problem at a time. But I'll probably sneak back in here sometime really soon because we're so close now. I can taste it. But there's still so many steps left to get to. I've got to get my controller board prepped and everything, and I'm not ready to jump off into that right now in this stream. But probably the next stream we'll go ahead and we'll have the controller board set up and ready to go. Maybe go through that if some of you guys want to see that. We'll just save it for the next stream. Hey Giuseppe, you still hanging in here, buddy. Glad you in here. Shawdell, glad you came and sit with me today. David Vera, it's a joy having all of y'all in here with me, chit-chatting back and forth. All the great suggestions along the way. But yeah, we got the thing mounted in there pretty solid now. It's definitely still not quite seated like it should be. And I think it has to do with that little layer shift, but it's tight. See, I'm sliding the whole printer trying to move it. But yeah, if you guys are interested, in seeing all the steps it takes to prep the octopus, I have the octopus the octopus Pro for this 3D printer. If you guys are interested in seeing, everything that it takes to get it set up, to be able to put it in a 3D printer like this. You hide in the back. That's all right. There ain't nothing wrong with you hiding in the back. As long as you participate, and that's great. It's just fine. We'll set up another stream pretty soon, and hopefully, maybe, just maybe, we'll have this thing pushing plastic pretty soon. But you guys have a great night, and take care.